Hello, welcome, good afternoon. Sorry, I'm mildly distracted by apparently some leaks for the Oblivion remaster came out, which has me temporarily distracted, and it had me wondering whether or not Patrick Stewart is going to return as the king, short-lived though he is. Anyway, yes, so today we're going to be playing some Captains of Industry. This is not Tectonica, which is what I said last stream. No real notes on this. I looked at the store page for Tectonica and dug in a little bit deeper and found out that basically the company that was making it, I don't know if so much went bankrupt, but they couldn't continue to fund to make it. So by the sounds of it, they potentially rushed out to finish, or enough stuff to finish the game. Which led me to think that I didn't necessarily want to play something for 100 hours, potentially, if I'm going to feel unsatisfied by the way it ended because it was rushed. So I was looking around at other things, and then earlier today, Space for Sale went much the same way, although I wasn't planning on playing that. I was leaning towards Terra Invictus, which is another early access game on my wish list. Yeah, Terra Invictus, which is potentially significantly more complicated than this game, and Oxygen Not Included, which is a game that I am aware of and has been around for ages, and I keep looking at and thinking about, but for some reason the art style in that game puts me off somewhat. So we decided to settle on this. So yes, in terms of multi-monitor support, this menu or this background is stretched, but the UI appears to be scaled correctly, which is spanned. I did quickly start again to get into it, and that looks to be horizontal plus, so it looks like it's going to work fine. But otherwise, I know almost nothing about this game other than it kind of looks like something akin to Anno. So it's a colony city management, only with a much more heavier industrial aspect. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Anyway, we need to create a new game. Now, I have no idea about any of these. Easy, easy, easy. Medium, hard, hard. Now, why is this one medium? I'm guessing because of its layout. These ones, that's a weird image for this one. All the other images give you a clear, like, top-down indication of the entire map. This one does not. Does the difficulty of the start change based upon which position you pick? No, it's just on the map. Let's go with this one. Why not? Oh, number one, medium, hard, insane. Ah, so we can tweak it. Okay. Well, I'd like to start with a medium because this is my first foray into this type of game. So we have options as which map and where on said map. Honestly, this one seems like the most interesting one. So let's go here. We'll go with a standard difficulty. I guess, well, it's the default difficulty. Okay. Realism. People die from starvation. Vehicle can't move without fuel. Ships can't move without fuel and can't use utilities as a remedy. Pumps stop working if groundwater is depleted. Realism++. Machines and other maintenance consumers stop working when broken. Belts and storage units require power to function and stop working without it. Quick repair actions not available. Mixed mining materials in trucks must be processed at a dedicated sorting facility. World mines have reduced deposits. Why not? I may regret that, but we'll see. Okay. If the map is fixed, what's the point of game seed? I'm guessing the map shape is fixed, but where resources are may not be. Here's hoping the game actually has a tutorial, because I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. I'm just assuming I can pick it up quickly. Or that there's a pause to allow me to think carefully about things while I figure things out. Okay. We have a lot of stuff. Game is paused, does have a pause. Okay, good. And just taking in where all the buttons are. Can we get tooltips from these with this up? No. Okay. Okay. Getting started. Welcome, Captain. Captain, we found an island we've been searching for. It was not on the map. Our ship took a lot of damage and will need major repairs in order to sail again, but we should be safe here. Besides our initial supplies, we are starting from scratch. We should start manufacturing construction parts to be able to build our infrastructure, grow food to feed our people, and find a way to make fuel for our vehicles. The island looks abandoned, but it has plenty of natural resources that we could use. There are even some abandoned buildings around that we could disassemble for scrap. Also, we should set up a research lab so we can reinvent all the technologies we took for granted for so long. After we found out about a settlement nearby we can trade with in case we run out of something. They can deliver us goods once we have a trade dock. The entire crew is counting on you after everything we've been through together. Good luck. Okay. Blast furnaces allow smelting products such as ore and scrap into molten materials. The metal caster can be used to cast molten materials to slabs. In order to produce iron plates, you can use iron scraps gathered from abandoned buildings nearby. Later on, you will be able to set up mining operations to smelt iron ore directly. Build a blast furnace and 2 metal casters. Gather from abandoned buildings nearby. Oh, did I just skip something? Connect them together using molten channels. Molten channels are needed since the molten iron is too hot to be transported by trucks. Build and attach a smokestack to the blast furnace, either directly or via pipes, which can be found in the transportation or transports category. Since we don't have access to coal mining yet, build a coal maker and produce coal from wood. Don't forget to attach a smokestack as well. You can even share the same smokestack which is used for the blast furnace. To learn how to get wood, see the tutorial for wood harvesting. Okay, there's a button down here I can push to re-get these back up. Watch the furnace recipe in progress. While trucks automatically supply with iron scraps and coal, iron slab productions in metal casters will be stored until trucks can find plates to deliver them later. Later you'll be able to unlock buildings and conveyor belts to deliver iron directly to your production building storage. Okay, and over on this side, build a coal maker, connect it to a smokestack, assign trucks to tree harvesters, start harvesting trees. Okay, so we actually want to be starting from the top of this list, not the bottom of this list. To designate trees for harvesting, select the tree designated tool, H hotkey, and drag over the section. Trees will automatically start harvesting any designated trees. Click on the tree harvester and assign at least one truck so that it can unload the harvest wood. Once the woods are loaded, the wood will be delivered to a nearby storage or any machines that require wood. Okay. Space is pause. Good. Food production. Transport, buildings, housing, dumping designator, tree harvesting designator. And I assume that will reopen, yeah, or F2. Okay. And then it said assign the trucks. Assign trucks to the tree harvester. Okay, we can't ban box the trucks. Or at least not on their own. Okay, so that's just how we do that. Build a coal maker and connect it to a smokestack. Metallurgy and smelting, I assume. Probably want to have this somewhere close to the trees. Can I rotate this? Yes. Okay, let's put that there. Smokestack was in transportation. Ah, no, pipes in transportation. Smokestack, where are you? Waste management. Okay, connect that directly. Okay, trucks are going. Build a blast furnace and connect it to a metal caster. I wonder if it'll allow me to do that or if I would need a pipe. And can I mirror? I'm not sure whether or not that will connect. Guessing that's our metal outputs. To two metal casters. Okay, click to click. Okay. Okay, that doesn't work. Pause. So I can't just directly connect it. I would need a pipe. Ah, I know why. Because the smokestack is only going to have a single input direction. Isn't it? which is why you need a pipe for it. So demolish is over here. Ooh, I don't know that. Okay, one sec. I need to change key bindings. It is not respecting the fact control is hit or held. Game speed. What is alpha? Okay. Clear those. Anything else that's on the number pad as well. Doesn't look like 1 through anything is set to anything. Okay, so that's what these are. These are straight up our standard number keys. Okay, that'll stop the game starting when I'm trying to change scenes. I'm wondering whether or not I can move a building, or if I do have to demolish it and then reconstruct it. I think I'm just going to have to demolish it, then reconstruct it. Which we can work around. We put this... Where's the input on this? There. Put that there. Then we should just be able to pipe there. Abandoned communication station. Temporary housing. At least I assume it's temporary housing. Okay. Pretty big map. Okay, we are now producing iron. Okay, you're still on that. Ah, I forgot to enable that. There we go. Excuse me. Why are you not working? Did I not load or... It's possible I didn't activate that. Ah, no, I think I activated my borderless auto-hotkey script rather than my mouse scene script. There we go. Okay. So, diesel, construction parts, vehicle parts. Collect the iron. Build a farm and fertile ground. Grass. So, more or less everything here is fertile ground at the moment. One assumes. I wonder if there is a more fertile or less fertile ground. Farm is big. Okay. I don't really want to have it directly in front of water access. I mean, I wouldn't have placed these here if I had choice in the matter. I don't necessarily want it far away from the settlement. Is there a button for mirroring? Zoom in, zoom out, camera, game speed, tools. Copy, cut, clone, unity, debris, pause, upgrade tool, mining designator, build, flip, toggle mode, F. There we go. Okay. Terraforming and dumping. To dump materials on terrain, select the dumping designation tool in the bottom toolbar. Hover over the terrain and to see the starting direction and elevation tool. Left click and drag to create a dumping designation. Important is that dumping designation should start at or below terrain. Otherwise, they cannot be accessed by trucks. Dumping designators show what the terrain will look like when complete. The F key will toggle the designator tool between slope designator and place terrain in an descending ramp and flat designator. The R key will rotate clockwise to choose the direction of the slope, or when snapping designation, the R will just toggle the slope. E and Q keys will raise and lower. The E and Q keys, 1 will raise, 2 lower, and 3 the designator respectively, allowing you to control the target height. Remember that the dumping designator with all edges above the terrain cannot be accessed by trucks. The colour outline and the designated square let you determine many things. Light green squares are accessible and will be used. Light green squares with red outlines are not accessible yet. Dark and green squares already fulfilled and will be ignored. The number on the designator indicates the height of the terrain level. Trucks dump products automatically if there is a dumpable product that needs to be disposed of and no machine or storage to accept it. Trucks will automatically navigate to the nearest designation to dump it. What can be dumped? There are many products that can be dumped. If you are ever curious if a product can be dumped, open the recipe screen by clicking on the icon in the bottom right, which I'm assuming is that. Yep. Oh, right, that's why it's saying 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. It's corresponding to the image. Navigate to the product and checking if dumping is an option for consumption. Global dumping filter. Global dump filters choose what products can be dumped in designated areas across the island by default. For example, if you only want dirt and rock to be used as dumping materials, you could remove any other products beside these two. Mine control tower dumping filter. Excuse me, the mine control tower has the option to filter what products can be dumped within its management area. The management area ignores the global dumping filter, which is ideal for restricting what materials can be dumped. For example, you can only allow waste to be dumped in a specific area by removing it from the global dumping filter and adding it to dumpable products in the mine control tower window. Settlement, dumping waste. Your population generates waste that needs to be collected and to maintain healthy conditions in your settlement. Build a waste collection and attach it to your settlement. It will automatically store waste generated by your population. Set up a dumping designator Z anywhere on your island. Your trucks will automatically pick up waste from the collection and dump it on the ground. To learn more about dumping, use the dumping tutorial. Note that the amount of generated waste your population produces depends upon the amount of supplies they get and whether they recycle. It is not possible to get rid of general waste entirely, but later on you'll be able to research more ways to deal with waste. Incinerators. Okay, so we're building a farm. Start power production by building a diesel generator. These are over here. Let's read the rest of these. Trucks are the most versatile options to transport products around the island. They can transport almost any product except molten materials or hot gases, such as steam. Anytime there is a machine that needs a product, a truck will try to find a source and deliver it. The same goes for construction. Trucks can get very busy if they have a lot of jobs to do. You can see the current load in the overview panel in the top left of the screen. If the load is high, consider building more trucks or automating products deliver building pipes and conveyors. When trucks become too busy, deliveries that are critical to your factory operation may not be completed on time. To help with this, you can set higher priorities on places where products are needed the most. The lower the number, the higher the priority. It's always interesting that priority systems, well, they work one in two ways, but nobody seems to have a universal way of doing it. So this one, lower priorities are higher. Basically, first priority, second priority, third priority, fourth priority. Whereas, I'm specifically thinking of Ender.io at the minute. If you're using any of the conduits in that and trying to assign a location for them to go to, higher priorities are higher numbers, because you can also have negative numbers. So your default priority is 0, and if you want something to have a lower priority, you give it negative something, otherwise you give it positive something. It's just interesting that there's just no consistency with that particular thing, whereas other things in games there is consistency, whereas would it be, what's the word I'm looking for? A standard has been decided upon, and more or less everyone falls to that standard. Okay, trucks usually wait until there's enough cargo to transport to make their trip worth it. If you want trucks to always prefer driving fully loaded to further optimize their journey, you can disable allow partially loaded trucks. Don't forget that trucks require fuel and maintenance. Failing to provide these may grind your logistics to a halt and cause problems. You can use your ship to explore the world map. You can discover supplies and bring them back to your island, other settlements to trade with, world mines to exploit and more. To start exploring, open the world map tab key. I mean, we need to repair that first, don't we? It said it was damaged. To start exploring, open the world map with tab, select a destination, click explore. Once the ship arrives, it will start exploring. Exploration takes some time and you'll be notified when it's completed. All the items that your ship brings will be automatically unloaded to the shipyard. Just make sure that the shipyard has enough free space. You can toggle on keep empty to task your trucks to actively unload cargo that is available in storage. Ship range and fuel. The ship needs fuel to travel and explore. And exploration of new locations require an additional amount. In order to load the ship with fuel, select the shipyard and drag the green slider of the fuel buffer on the right. Fuel can be delivered via trucks or via pipe. Some areas may be occupied by enemies or pirates. You cannot pass through these areas or explore them unless you defeat the pirates first. If your ship has no weapons equipped, it will automatically try to escape, otherwise battle will start. Many components of ships can be added or upgraded. Upgrades are performed in the shipyard. The shipyard repairs any required components regardless of whether the ship is present or not. Once upgrades are prepared, they get automatically applied when the ship arrives. Okay. It has, or it's repaired, it just doesn't have fuel. Start power production building by building a diesel generator, then build a research lab. Okay, wait for the farm to harvest its first potatoes. I assume I don't need to tell it to do anything. Nope, it's going. Soil water level. And it started to rain. How convenient. Okay. Build a waste collection attachment to the settlement. So what's this? Food market. Housing and services, waste collection. Can we build roads? Does not look like. Okay. Research construction. Designate a dumping zone for waste. I kind of don't, or I was debating the idea of terraforming the land here, but I don't think I want to be dumping waste into it. I get the feeling there's copper in them there hills. I get the feeling we have a large amount of copper nearby. I'm sure we'll get told how to mine it later. Cannot deliver wood, no valid destination, presumably because coal maker is full. Yeah. That's fine. Okay, let's pause again for a second. Okay, I see how what this is. I hadn't quite twigged what these bars are yet. They're our current stock level. And they're indicating obviously whether stock is going up or stock is going down. So we are steadily losing fuel. We're running out of coal. Well, we currently don't have a supply of wood. And we're steadily running out of construction parts. Which is probably why we need to research construction. Farms grow crops, and crops can be used in various places, but mainly feed your people. But crops don't grow for free. Many consume water and fertilizer. Soil water level. Soil water level is replenished by rain, and this is mostly sufficient for crops with low water demands, such as potatoes. I would expect potatoes to have a high water demand, because that's why they grow so well in the UK. We get a lot of rain. However, rain is not a reliable water source, and crops can yield less or even dry out and die when they don't have enough water. Having an external source of water is a vital for reliable farming. This requires upgrading farms with irrigation systems, and not by research. Irrigated farms only consume water when the soil gets dried, so externally supplied water doesn't get wasted. Okay, so the one thing it hasn't told me how to do is research, but I'm working on the assumption that there is a button for... Whoa, that's a lot. I wasn't expecting this much. Is this the... Can we zoom out? We can zoom out. There we go, we can see the entire tree. Okay, there's actually not as much there as would initially appear. There's still a decent amount. It's the fact it's a horizontal layout and it just filled the screen. So it wanted us to research construction first, which I assume because all the way over here, new recipe, construction parts. Okay, and research was G for some reason. Okay, we need a waste dumping ground. I don't know whether or not pollution is a thing here. So I don't know whether or not dump it or designating an area to dump our I don't know whether or not it's a bad idea to designate a nearby or an area to dump waste right next to the farm, for example. And in fact, we shouldn't have put the farm here because that's where the connection is for the fuel. Too late. We'll assume that we can move most of this stuff later anyway. I don't know whether or not we can, but we will make that assumption. So for now, let's just dump the waste over here. Dumping zone. What was the button to make it flat? Right key will rotate ramp. F key. Looks like garbage to me. Okay, waste dumping, extra bricks, extra construction parts. I wonder if research uses anything other than power. Okay, there's our food. Primitive housing for 70 people, made out of shipping containers. Housing can either be attached to existing settlements to become part of it and benefit from all of the already provided services such as food, or it can be placed independently to establish a new settlement. Chalk, maybe, in the mountains. Definitely more copper over here. Might be some chalk here. Not sure. I don't know what materials we have access, or there will be access to. So copper is a thing, iron is a thing, rubber, bricks. Population overview, health, base, total, air pollution, vehicle pollution. So yeah, we don't really want population sensors nearby. Doesn't look like trash pollution is a thing, at least not as far as that's concerned. Available workers, total population. Nature replenishment, monthly rate at which soil fertility replenishes naturally without fertilizer. Okay, pause for a second. The less fertile the soil, the higher the replenishment rate. I appreciate that the devs have gone out of the way to have like these everywhere. And particularly the fact that they are on the buildings themselves. I don't have to go into a sub-menu that contains all the help tips to find them. If I want to know what any of these things are, the information is right here. More games need to do that, or more games of this type need to do that. Don't make me go to another menu to find information about this menu. Tooltips exist for a reason. Use them. Less fertile soil, higher replenishment rates. When soil fertility is above 100, natural replenishment rate will be negative and fertility will slowly decrease. Fertility equilibrium is the value to which the soil fertility will converge naturally for the current crop schedule. At equilibrium, the crop fertility consumption is equal to the natural replenishment rate. If there are multiple crops set up in rotation, the value is only approximate, since each crop may have different equilibrium values. Now, the equilibrium does not take fertilizer into account. So there is crop rotation, which is probably something that we would need, or we're going to need to do to maintain natural replenishment, but we only have one type of crop at the minute, I assume. Okay. General machines, assembly. Assembly line that produces basic products. Takes wood, iron, metal. Okay, so inputs on that side, outputs on the other side. Theoretically, we've blocked the wood outputs of here. Actually, no, it's coal output, isn't it? It's making coal. We'll put that there so that we have the option to belt into it later. Excuse me. Okay, the next thing it also wants me to research is the trading dock. Game doesn't pause while we're in here. There's fertilizers. Okay. How does this tree actually function? What do all the colors mean? So these are locked. Why are they locked? Requires cargo shipping technology. That isn't in a direct line to it, is it? Where is... We need to discover a cargo ship in the world to understand how to design this building. Okay. So, requirements that are not part of the tree make these things appear in red. The actual top bar appear in red. If the number is red, I assume that means that we just can't research it at the minute, because it's not within the path. Or our technology level isn't high enough. Okay, so we have all of the starter ones. It wanted us to research the trading docks, which is going to get us trading docks and unit storage. We probably need, yeah, it wants us to get this predominantly because we're going to need basic diesel soon, very soon most likely. Does this building get upgraded, or is there a higher tiered lab? Unlocks assembly 2. Assembly 1 has no recipe selected. Select the recipe in Assembly 1 to produce construction parts. Biofuels. Desalination plants. Edicts. Crop rotation. There's that. Captain's office. Blueprints. Synthetic rubber. Transport balancing. How much diesel do we still have? We have 470 fuel left. There we go. Research, maintenance, construction, new building. Oh, construction unlocked, new building. Does that highlight it? Okay, it's talking about that. Maintenance. Maintenance is crucial global resource that is required. Maintenance is a crucial global resource that is required by vehicles and buildings to keep operational. Otherwise, they break down and stop working. Maintenance levels of each entity can be seen on the bottom of its window. In an emergency, broken entities can be instantly repaired using Unity. I don't think I can do that because we disabled it. I think that's disabled as one of the realism things, wasn't it? In order to produce maintenance, you need to build a maintenance depot, basic, and supply with necessary materials. You can see the current maintenance amount on the right side of the screen. Okay. You can also see maintenance, production, and consumption over time in the statistics window. If you're F2, then what's F1? Out of interest. Recipe book. Fair enough. Okay. We need to research maintenance first. Can we queue researches? Add to queue. Okay, we don't have access to a tank yet. Could we, in theory, refuel this? How would we fuel you? I'm sure we're going to be told soon enough. Okay, trading dock. We don't need to research or open that, we just need to build one. Storage, unit storage, trading dock. Some parts need to be in the ocean. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, we're going to need to move the farm. Trucks will not be allowed to pick up cargo, no water. Can I get it to... Nope. Gonna need to build this somewhere else then. Gonna have to knock down the other one initially then, looking at it. Terrain is too low. Air pollution is a thing, so having this near that is probably a bad idea. Okay, hopefully they can unload it. Right, with it unloaded, let's demolish it. Okay, research is complete for maintenance. Build a maintenance depot basic, build another assembly to produce machine parts. Storage, buildings, maintenance depot basic. Okay. I wonder if this is going to grow back. Turn back into grass eventually. Waiting for water or rain. Okay, yeah, the grass is growing back. Are roads a thing? Can we build roads? Vehicles and mining. Tools. Beacon? Strong light helps other refugees find your island and join you. This can help you get more workers for some and some extra starting loot. We'll focus on... we won't start any new research until we're out of basic things. Purchase bricks and iron from the village in the world map. Trade with a village. How many? Purchase bricks 4 iron from the village in the world map, 20. Okay. Products lend, quick trade offer. So how do we do this? Trade, okay, so we just click the Unity button. One assumes. Products were delivered to your trading dock. Or just immediately. Just immediately. Okay. Maintenance done. Trading done. Research vehicles and minings. Unlocks vehicle depot, small excavator, pickup, tree harvesters, mine control tower, loose storage, ore sorting plant. Enable iron recipe using the iron ore in the blast furnace. Enable iron recipe that uses iron ore in the blast furnace. That's not the blast furnace. Iron scrap. Population is one of the most important pillars of your economy. You need to provide people with housing, food and other services, and in return they'll work for you. People live in settlements. One settlement can be composed of one or more attached housing units and building or service buildings. You can have more than one settlement, but each requires its own services. If there are more people than housing capacity, some will become homeless. Homeless people are very unhappy and they won't work for you. Population will naturally increase over time if people are healthy and housing is available. You can control the growth using edicts in the captain's office. Unity is a virtual representation, a virtual resource that is generated when people are happy, are well and happy. The more services and comforts you provide, the more Unity they will feel and generate more Unity in return. Unity can be spent on special tasks such as research, trade, work at remote mines, or vehicle recovery. Actions that require Unity are usually denoted in purple. Unity can be extremely helpful in emergency situations. For example, Unity actions allow to instantly deliver products for construction or boost production of selected machines. It is advised to always keep some unspent Unity for when it is needed most. An overview of Unity gain and loss can be seen in the population window. The maximum amount of Unity that can be accumulated is determined by the amount and quality of housing. The current Unity gain loss is computed based on a monthly basis. So there's more things that can get added into this by the sounds of it. Okay. Enable iron recipe that uses iron ore in blast furnace. We have no such recipe. That's why we have no such recipe. We can't enable it until we have that technology. Okay, the other thing is population growth research beacon. Okay, we're all right at the minute. We are starting to run low on our scraps from this building here. Are these trees dying because of pollution? I imagine if they were, there'd be a pollution overlay. What else is in here? Unity. Population growth, fuel. Okay, we can buy some diesel, but we'd need coal more than we have. Stores up to 100 units of solid product. Okay. These things remember where we placed them. That is very nice. I assume, yeah, that's going to minimize all. That's fine. It's the insert for iron ore and stuff. I imagine coal as well. Oh, can we not put coal in here? I guess not. I guess we need the thing we're researching at the minute to deal with coal. That being the case, this doesn't actually want to be here then. I wonder how much we get back for deconstructing it. Looks like we get something back. Construction, deconstruction. I don't think we get all of it back, but it looks like we get most of it back. How much do you store inside you for each product? Got a bar telling how full they are, but not necessarily how many there is. Okay, mining will be done in a second. The reason I'm not really considering about expanding things in a minute is just down to the fact that we don't have an income of diesel, and I know from the settings that I put it on. Is fuel listed in this settings here? Yeah, out of fuel. Everything stops working if it runs out of fuel. So I don't want to or not have enough fuel to continue. Okay. So that should allow us to enable that recipe. That's going to give us a whole bunch of extra stuff. Let's pause for a moment while we figure this out. Okay, it wants a vehicle depot built. Which I assume is either where the vehicles get stored or where the vehicles get built. Construct a new small excavator, construct new pickups. Vehicle accessibility. If your vehicle has issues reaching a target because there's no valid path, you can investigate this situation by toggling navigation overlay by selecting the vehicle. Each type of vehicle has its own overlay. Trucks delivering construction materials have some distance tolerance, but vehicles performing regular duties need to be able to navigate near to their target. Trucks can go under any conveyor or pipe that are at a height of 2 or higher. However, taller vehicles such as excavators cannot go under them. In order to let taller vehicles pass, you must build a vehicle ramp small. Sometimes vehicles can get stuck You can always recover a vehicle using the recovery action. To avoid this situation, use a wide ramp and retaining walls during mining to prevent terrain collapse. Sometimes trucks cannot access certain buildings due to obstructions, such as terrain or other buildings. Instead of rebuilding part of your factory to accommodate the vehicles, you can turn off import or export of the problematic building to prevent vehicles from trying to access it. Mining. You can remove any material from the terrain by mining with your excavators, and add material by dumping it with your truck or with trucks. While dumping designations can be placed anywhere on the island, the mining designations must be within mine control towers management area. With a mine control tower selected, click the edit area button to outline the new area. Trucks and excavators must be assigned to a mine control tower in order for mining to begin. Excavators mine designated terrain while truck transports mine materials from the excavators to the machine storage and any available dumping area. To mine the terrain, select the mine designated tool M from the bottom of the toolbar and click and drag on the terrain to designate your mining area. Designations denote how the terrain will be shaped after mining. The tool behaves the same as the dumping designation tool. F will toggle between flat and ramp designator. Pressing R will toggle the ramp direction either up or down. Place them alongside another designator. To move the height up or down, use E and Q respectively. Rotate the ramp with R. Mining designators have to start at or above the terrain, otherwise they won't be reachable by your excavators. If an edge of a designator is not reachable, a red line will be displayed. If there are red lines all around the designated area, that means it cannot be mined. Below is an example of how a mine designator starting at the surface is reachable only if it touches the surface. The top designator is reachable as the designator is yellow. Bottom one is not. Creating ramps. Use the F key to switch to ramp mode. And you can then snap to a previous flat designator and extend the ramp from there. Each designation or designation square can be mined by only one excavator at a time. Be sure that there are enough available designations if you have multiple excavators. Resource layer. You can see available resources by toggling the resource overview in the bottom left hand corner of the screen. So it's going to be one of those. That is not the icon I have down there. It may be that we need to research the tools. Still planning upgrade. Okay, no, it's just the icon has changed. It is layers, isn't it? I am still assuming that is copper ore. That is copper ore, yes. Okay. Well, we do not have any iron nearby. A source of crude oil all the way over here. Here is coal. What's the grey bar on the top of it? How deep underground it is? Here's all our iron ore. More sand over here. Okay. Game isn't. Oh, excuse me. Game is not currently asking me to set up a mine, so we'll wait until it gets to that point. Which I'm assuming is going to require us to build these vehicles first. So he wants small excavator, 2 pickups. Loose storage. Okay, this is where it allows us to store coal and iron. Don't know how much space those trucks need. Can I select 2 different types or only one? Only one. Let's fill it with iron scraps for the time being because we don't need the iron ore just yet. But we'll see if we can't get this thing disassembled and put into storage, or most of it at least. This can store iron plates. What might be an idea is for us to... Let's get some unit storages over here. I'm assuming we could theoretically belt into these, but I kind of want to use them as place to hold a bunch of this. Well, we're not going to be able to hold most of it. And when we get access to belts, we can belt straight into here. Build a mining control tower near iron ore deposits. And assign a small excavator and 2 pickups. And set up a mining designator. Okay, well, that means coming all the way over here. Is there any other nearby? So here's our quartz, that's over there. Groundwater here. Limestone here. So we're going to need to bridge this gap at some point. I don't know whether or not bridges are a thing. More copper over here, more iron over here, more groundwater here. I suspect this is going to be easier to bridge than this is going to be, because this is a cliff face. Terrain too low, terrain too high. Okay, we can get it down here. Mining designator. Can't. Can I undo that? Can undo that. There we go. I would like to just try to start cutting into this to flatten the area in general. It's the white line that's making me question. It's like how that's going to dig. Because that looks like it's just going to try and flatten to there, which is not what I wanted to do. I want to flatten it to here. So I think we need to do that. That looks about right. That does not. That looks like it's going down further. How far down does that go? Is it going to flatten out this bit? I'm not sure. This is a mining designator, isn't it? So it shouldn't really build up from here. Which means we shouldn't need those. That should hopefully flatten out this section here. And we should probably also allocate these to be cut down. And it might be an idea to put a store for the wood nearby. I don't know. Can vehicles even get over to there? What's the hotkey for that? L. There's a mining designation outside of the mining tower area. Oh, yeah. Damn it. Where is it? Does it have to be in front of it? That is going to replace the area. There we go. Okay. Assign one of these, two of these. Can be dumped here. Rock, slag, waste. Okay, that's vehicles. We need You're full. Looks like you're going to try to make your way over there. What I would like is... dig our way through here and start building a bridge over here. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of excess rock, and at the minute it's got nowhere to put it. Okay, let's do what I was thinking of doing. Now, there was a global way to specify what can be dumped here, but is there a... We need the tutorial for dumping waste. Nope. Terraforming dumping. What can be dumped? Global dump builder. Mine control tower dumping filter. Okay, so we need a mine control tower to specifically say, hey, dump XYZ here. They don't need power, do they? Where was the mining control tower? There it is, building for vehicles. Enables the assignment of excavator and trucks to a designated mining area. Only designated mining area within influence of the tower can be mined. Why is there a forward facing this? Terrain too low. I mean, I can see it's floating, but does that mean that it has to go on a hyper-specific? Too low, too high. How an odd building. And he's still going to I wonder if... I'm hoping that that means that rocks are going to, as a priority, get dumped over here. We'll see. That's what I would like it to do. Whether or not that's what will happen, I don't know. Okay, okay, it wants us to build a new... We are starting to run low on them workers, so we should do. Okay, this does have to snap on in a block format. And if I had known that, I probably wouldn't have put this here. But never mind. We can put that there, but it's going to block access. I mean, it's the only place we can put it. All the other squares have something else on it. Beacon. Does it matter where this thing goes? Okay. No sense not having it researching something. Gonna have basic diesel in a moment, and that was over here, wasn't it? Yeah, oil. Lots of oil down here as well. Okay. Build a mine control tower near iron ore deposits and assign a small excavator pick up. And set up a mining designation, which we've done. Why do you not consider this as complete? Is it because it hasn't managed to get to the iron ore deposit yet? Okay, let's set up some of these so that we can have some extra storage. You can hold spare wood. Oh damn it, I built that backwards. Okay. You hold wood. You hold construction parts, mechanical parts. Storage for construction parts and mechanical parts we should put over here in reality. building does actually stay on the top of it. We'll leave the last building open for the time being. Is that tools researched? Okay. Pause. Research beacon. Okay, we've done all of that. Extra food, materials. Research basic diesel. Something we definitely need to do. Everything falls apart if we run out of diesel. Okay. This tool allows you to select one or more buildings and copy and place it elsewhere. This allows you to effortlessly copy factory designs and to scale your production. To copy several buildings at once, Control C. Or click the icon, select the copy tool, and then click drag across the entire desired area. Let go of the mouse. Place. You can copy single buildings by hovering over and pressing C. Cut. This tool is similar to the copy tool, but removes the copied building. It only works for ghost buildings whose construction has not started yet. This tool can be activated. Okay. Pause tool. This tool enables and disables pausing to individual entities, machines and vehicles. It also supports mass pausing or unpausing by dragging over an area. The tool can be activated from pressing P or selecting from the toolbar. When you drag over an area with non-constructed buildings, it will toggle the construction pause. Otherwise, it will toggle the regular pause. If any entities in the selection is paused, it is unpaused. If any entity in the selection is paused, it unpauses everything selected. Otherwise, it pauses everything selected. So if there is a building paused in the entire area you selected, it will unpause that building, and then you'd have to select the entire area again to pause everything. Copy settings. Okay, allows you to copy configurations from one building to another. You can even drag over multiple buildings to mass apply. This tool is activated by pressing V. You can use the Unity to instantly deliver / remove products to and from construction in order to finish construction projects quickly. This tool enables you to drag over an area in order to quickly deliver / remove for selected buildings. If there's no product delivery possible, this tool will act as a boost toggle. Tool can also be activated by pressing U. Planning mode. Planning mode is toggleable by making any Planning mode is a toggleable mode that makes any buildings placed to be initially paused. You can toggle planning mode on and off by clicking on the planning mode button in the bottom left-hand corner. Buildings with paused construction are colored grey, shown below. Turning off planning mode does not unpause buildings that were placed while it was on. To unpause placed building, use the pause tool. You can also select buildings that was placed in planning mode and unpause it by collecting the pause construction button in the inspector window. Colored status of buildings. When the building is placed, the creative itself will change depending on the construction status. Buildings colored white plans for construction are currently paused. Blue buildings are currently being constructed. Red colored buildings are currently being deconstructed. New refugees. Refugees joined our island. Good job, beacon. Hurrah. Is the beacon one use? No, but it uses power. And our capacity is... okay. Expecting 14 refugees. Did we queue? We have queued basic diesel. Pickup has no compatible excavator. It's not a pickup though, it's a drop-off. Automatically mine all the mining designators. Don't forget it can all, so excavators can unload their shovels. I'm assuming these are dumping designators, not mining designators. Enables the assignment of excavators and trucks to a designated mining area. Any designated mining areas within the infrastructure can be mined. But it allows us to also specifically configure this area for dumping. At the minute, it's dumping all the dirt over here. Let's... so that should allow only waste to go over there. That probably means we do actually need an excavator over here if we want to dump this to effectively expand out the island. So we probably need to make another excavator then. Ah, god damn you. Dirt. Rock. Slag. Got some work to do before it gets to the iron ore. You don't have any trees to cut. Trees down along the route that it's making for us, or the vehicles are making for us. Okay. ding. What do we get a ding for? New refugees again. Okay, let's speed things up a little bit. We still have a decent amount of fuel, so we're not getting through that at a ridiculous pace, and we are now building construction materials, which should now also be being put into storage. I'm going to dump them. Okay, it looks like they prioritize removing from here first anyway. Okay, basic diesel is about researched. Hey, let's bring the speed back down again. Health and pollution. Okay. Probably should get brick production. Actually, I doubt very much we have the materials to make bricks. Dirt, coal, water. Okay, no, we can make that. That's doable, but where are we going to get the water from? Rainwater harvester. There's the answer to that question. Okay. Your population has health. If health is positive, your population grows and provides you with extra unity. If health goes negative, your population starts to decline. You can increase your population's health by providing them with various foods, water, and healthcare. Negative effects. Your population's health decreases if you emit pollution, air or water. Pollution on your island. Well, pollution on your island is global, so moving smokestacks further from your settlement won't help. It's a good idea to keep your eye on how much pollution you emit. When something emits pollution, it's displayed on the right side of the UI shown below. Disease. Your population will suffer from diseases. There are diseases that come and go, and it's not possible to completely prevent them from happening. Providing healthcare can significantly reduce their negative impact. There's also diseases that can occur due to bad conditions in your settlement. For example, lack of clean water or too much trash. There are no diseases from pollution, as pollution gives a health penalty directly. Okay, so that answers the question that I had about pollution earlier. It's just there. Nothing much you can do about it. Okay. Might as well put that there so that we can refuel that at a later date. Okay. Build an oil pump on an oil deposit and connect them to a basic distillery. Build a liquid dump near the shore and enable a recipe to dump wastewater. Produce diesel. Dump wastewater. Okay, so that's our diesel production. Oil pump. Basic distillery. Liquid dump. Oil goes in there. Is that iron ore or coal? That's coal. Coal goes in there. Wastewater out there, fuel out there, smokestack there. Wastewater, coal, crude oil. Do we have the ability? We have pipes, but we can do tall pipes. So that's how we would get things to pass by each other. Smokestack. Now we'll put that there, and same thing again. We'll take the pipe. Actually, no, from here up one. So the option exists to go along there, and we can connect this in, or all the outputs into here. That goes that way, that way, that way, that way. This one, I'm going to want it. We don't have ramps yet. Let's bring this all the way to here. And then do it that way. We don't have any vehicles that need to get over that way anyway. Okay, let's connect everything together. We are going to need some coal. We're getting it from wood at the minute. That should cover all of that. Okay, I think we're starting to see iron ore here. Mining control hour has no mining designators in this area. Oh. It's decided it's working now. Probably should move this dump. It's not like it does anything, but probably not great for it to be there. Okay, we're out of construction materials. One assumes that you're just producing... Why suddenly the research for this? We kind of already figured it all out. Diesel can be produced by distilling crude oil in the basic distillery. To extract crude oil, build a oil pump on top of an oil reservoir. When an oil pump is selected for building, you will see a black bar revealing the location of oil reservoirs. Resource overlay can also be used to display at any time toggle. When the production building is selected, I can show the input and output productions will be displayed above the connection ports so that you can determine where everything will go in and out. Connect 3 oil pumps to a basic distillery using pipes. Oh, it does actually want me to make 2 oil pumps. There are limited underground supplies of crude oil on the island. Later in the game, you'll be able to find additional crude oil resources on the world map. In order to find them, you will need to use your ship to explore the surroundings. Waste products. Okay, so yeah, it actually wants me to have 2 of these. Now, why do you say you can't connect? Transport pipes and conveyor belts are an alternate way of transporting products around your factory. They reduce demand on your truck logistics and make production deliveries more steady. You can see which products are making trucks the most busy in analytics. Split and merge transports by simply connecting them to each other. If you need to or need control over priority and ratios, research transport belts balancing. With advanced capabilities. You can also start building a transport by hovering over and clicking and dragging. We kind of figured that out. Most transports except molten channels can go up and down by pressing U during this design process. It's handy when trying to make space for vehicles to go under. And we already know this bit. You can build transport stacks on top of each other, making it easier. Okay, good to know. New refugees. Can we turn that off? We can. No, we'll need to turn it off at the moment though. Okay, we could do with making more or increasing our production. Do we need machine parts? No, we just need more construction parts. I copied it from that. Is it gonna... It did copy the settings as well. Once we've got through all of this, we'll probably want to move things. Yeah, we're out of construction parts at the minute. That's the thing that's holding everything up. That's fine. Is this running constantly? Liquid dump has no recipe on it. And waiting on materials. Speed things up again. Priority 1, please. Get that built as fast as possible. Is that not built? Yeah, that's still waiting to be built. Brick construction researched. Let's get ramps for vehicles and then we'll queue up. Oh, we need to get captain. Oh, we need to get a captain's office for next. So yeah, we'll queue that up for now. I suspect we're going to get told to build that. Okay. That gives us access to this, but at the minute I don't think we have anything that uses it. Ah, no, this uses bricks. So it is a good job we built this, got this already. New refugees. They didn't bring any bricks with them. Because we are low on bricks. We have some spare unity, so let's just make this trade. Oh, we're not low on bricks. We still have 200 odd. Okay, I gave... Ah, no, we gave the wrong part of this priority. I didn't enable starvation. I'm tempted to enable starvation now that I have a better understanding of the system's mechanics. Food is not actually currently that difficult to manage. It may be later on, but then having that mess up and having it kill population, I am potentially okay with that. There we go. It's finally found its way to iron ore. Oh, unless it actually wanted me to set 2 small excavators and pickups to it, even though it only asked me to build 1. Good. They are doing what we need them to. Did I not assign that? Ah, no, we assigned it to that and then changed it. Let's keep electronics and rubber in these for the time being. Just so that they can be pulled off of here. Okay, vehicle ramps researched. Again, we'll wait until it tells us what it wants us to do. Now that things are actually starting to go. Reduce refugees inbound. Pause the beacon to reduce the yeah, we are starting to get to reach our population limit. And it will grow on its own. Oh, I see. The icon looked a little bit weird, or looks weird from different angles. But it's just saying any of these 3 resources can go in there. And we can get rainwater harvesters. Do we have rainwater storage? This facility handles sorting of mixed materials loaded into your truck by excavators. This isn't required as trucks can't directly deliver mixed loads. This is required as, which is something we did enable, didn't we? There's our outputs, but I don't want to put it there because it'll get in the way of the actual things. But we do need to use this. Where are they dropping off at? I suppose it probably doesn't matter. And yeah, it's going to be better off, we can move it later, but it'll be better off having it down here rather than up at the mine. Pickup has no compatible sorting plants. Yeah, we just built, yeah. And I think I will do what I said a second ago. Population. Okay, we did actually enable death by starvation. Fair enough, I wasn't sure if we had. Okay. We are probably going to want to clear out all of these trees here, because then we can have iron processing done here. But we'll let the cutter cut down everything we've assigned so far, because it's going to take a while for it to get through all of that. Pickup is no compatible sorting facility for cargo, which, yeah, we're building. It's being worked on. This thing over here, I think, is probably taking priority. Yeah. There's less for it to do over there, so we may as well get that bit done, because that will guarantee our fuel production. We still have plenty of fuel, so I'm not too worried about that in a minute. And it does look like we are still making sufficient potatoes. That's consumption. I wonder why production isn't on here as well. Okay, we need some more trucks. How far out can this extend? Can I re-pick up this waste? To put it somewhere else for later. Disadvantage of not knowing what I need, but that's fine. That's the point. There we go. Diesel production is on the way. Extra bricks. Collect. Stockpile. Build a fuel storage and diesel and connect it to basic distillery, which we've already done. Disable truck import for the new steam. Damn it. Trucks will not be allowed to deliver cargo here. What was that other thing they just gave us? What are these? Cement. Research ship dock repair. Roads. Roads. Custom surface. Is this roads? Concrete surface. Stone surface. I'm just curious as to whether or not there are roads. Ramps, irrigated farms, settlement water, housing. Ship armor, ship weapons. Concrete production. That's a lot of stuff. Edicts. Upgraded captain's office. Larger vehicles. Recycling. Steel smelting. Metal surfaces. Salt production. I've got to assume surfaces is the thing that I'm thinking of. Allows laying down of custom surfaces such as concrete on the ground. Surfaces reduce the maintenance needed on vehicles that drive over them. So yeah, this is how you'd make roads. Probably would want to use concrete surfaces in most cases. I'm not seeing asphalt or anything of the like. Okay, there we go. Select a product to sort. Iron ore. Dirt. And rock. ID of the port that it's output into. There we go. There we go. That's iron production properly on its way again. Although we still haven't actually run out of although we are almost there. There's some remaining brick for it to get. And then we're going to need to start making our own brick. Speaking of brick, water. I was looking to see whether or not there was a water tank. Fluid storage. Okay, so we can store water in one of these. But this doesn't have irrigation on it yet anyway. Repair the shipyard. Okay, what does this cost? Just a bunch of construction materials. Dump slag. That's locked. Designating dumping zone for slag, which we did do with this, yes. But we need to actually process the iron first. And we're still getting through the remainder of the scrap, although we're almost through it all. Yeah, we'll just end up moving the entire thing, I think. I was just wondering whether or not I should move these things now, allow them to empty, and then move them somewhere else. To make it easier to belt things in and the like. Okay. Okay, resources look okay other than bricks. But we're hoping that one of the next quests is going to be to make brick production. We'll see. Okay. That completes iron ore mining. Okay, build another 71 produce, which you've already done. Build a unit storage and assign it to iron. Alright, one of these unit storages. And then load crew to the ship. Explore first location on the world map with the ship. Okay. That's a little annoying. Let's grab this one because it's nearest. Okay, collect that. That's all gone. Let's assign this to now be iron. It should allow that to be pulled out from here to put to there. Okay. Iron ore looks like it goes down. Okay, all the potatoes get stored in there. Shipyard, which is already repaired and running. In the event we want to build another one. Vehicle ramps. Even a small vehicle ramp's actually pretty big. Okay, location explored. Our ship has discovered a damaged cargo ship. Cargo ship technology. Hurrah! We tell it to keep empty. Can we get rid of some of this stuff? So the ship coming back doesn't get rid of it. Ship designer, ship engine, ship bridge. Let's make some additional unit storages for some of the remaining stuff that's in there. What else is still in here? That has a place. We can't empty out all of that. We can empty out vehicle parts and cement. Ship has no orders. Cargo ship. Cargo ships allow automated product delivery from world mines and oil rigs. The ship has to be discovered, repaired, or purchased on the world map. It cannot be built directly on your island. Once you obtain a cargo ship, you can build a cargo depot on your island, and the ship will dock there automatically. There are a number of ships available, repaired, and the number of ships discovered Okay, the number of ships available, repaired, and the number of ships discovered is shown at the top of the interface. We have, yeah, we've discovered one, but it's not repaired. Cargo depots. A cargo depot can be researched once your first cargo ship is discovered in the world map. Depots can be built on the shore of your island. When placed in a cargo depot, you will see a strip pattern reaching out into the sea, indicating ship access. You must ensure that at least one green area, one area is green, indicating the ship will be able to dock. Be careful not to block these areas with other buildings, such as another depot or an ocean pump. Cargo depots require modules in order to store and transfer products. There are modules for each type of product, and you can mix and match them on a single depot. These modules determine what type of products your ships will import or export. You need to assign this product manually. Modules also have import and export ports for your connected transports. A cargo ship will depart automatically when there is enough cargo. To fill the ship on the world map, a ship can pick up cargo from any entity in the world map. Each trip of the ship has a fixed fuel cost, which is based on the size of the ship. Stored products, fuel tank. Reduce ship speed and save fuel. Upgrading the cargo depot will also upgrade the attached ship. This expands the number of slots and thus the amount of transported material. Larger ships are more efficient in fuel consumption. So we found a cargo ship, but I don't know if we can actually do anything with it at the minute. I would like to get some of these placed down, but I don't know where to put them. I'm thinking here, we do need access to this to get access to the copper, at least we will do. Have we used all the iron scrap? There is some slag here for it to be picked up and dropped off, but I'm assuming there's not enough of it. We are producing a lot of iron plates. We didn't allocate one of these to... Yeah, there's a slag depot over here. It just hasn't been dumped yet. If I do that, will that tell them to dump the things that are in there? Can be dumped here, slag. I think we have a use for rocks, so we won't entirely empty rock and dirt, but slag we probably will do. Although I don't know why it's not being dumped. Probably just not enough of it. Oh, we've not got any iron ore. And I bet we've not got any iron ore because you guys are kind of prioritizing the rock at the minute. There we go. Now you're starting to get into the cliff. Oops. There's actually some more accessible iron there than what we were getting here, but this is on the edge of the available ore, so... Shipyard is overloaded with cargo. Presumably all the copper. Start repairs. It's not told us to do that yet. It's presumably because it's still waiting for us to dump the slag. Okay, let's get some extra research done. Let's just queue these up. We shouldn't have put these here. We should have put them a little bit further back, but never mind. We can fix that. We copy that, put it there. Copy that, put it there. Copy that, put it there. Click to remove the company. If the storage is not empty, this will request the truck to remove all remaining products. It's the deconstruct button, it's delete. Okay. Can I deconstruct from here? No. There we go. That will allow us to expand the settlement to these squares here once all the dumping is complete. And we have now dumped 12 slag, and we are now making more slag. Assign an additional truck to these guys. They have a long way to bring the ore. Shipyard will not unload cargo from a ship unless some of its cargo gets removed first. That can be done by building external storages for the products stored here, which we've done. We just don't have any more storage to put anywhere else. And actually, we haven't got a place for potatoes. We can't put the potatoes in here. Can I export priority first? Truck prioritized for removal of storage. The lower the number, the higher the priority. So yeah, prioritize exporting from here first. How do we deliver cargo to it? There we go. Processing ore. Build another assembly for production of electronics. Build a facility for vehicle parts. Do I want to... yeah, for now they can still go here. This is where all the storage is anyway. For electronics, for vehicle parts. Okay, research brickworks. Build a brickworks and connect it to the rainwater harvesters using pipes. This is going to generate pollution. Rainwater goes in there, pollution, that lot comes out the other side. Gonna need these trees clearing. Can I increase priority of these trees being cut? We'll just give it its own. Actually, no, we'll still create a dedicated smokestack just in case we need to build another one of these. Okay, big production is underway, vehicle part production is underway, research silicon rubber, research copper refinement. We have queued these up already. Excellent. Don't need more workers just yet. If I turn that off, then that would allow us to move that somewhere else. Kind of makes more sense to put it over here by the actual fuel production. We're nowhere near using the entire capacity yet. Once that's up and running, we will remove this one. In fact, no, if we turn it off now, and we'll give this primary allow power in surplus consumers. This isn't actually going to need a truck delivering to it. It will be piped in, so we can turn that off there. Same goes for this. Trucks don't need to import or export from this. Actually, no, we do need trucks to import the coal. But they can export from the tank rather than the actual facility itself. Are you waiting to be... Where's the other one? Let's give it another truck. It's just the distance that these things have to travel. Ah, not what I'm trying to do. There we go. So where'd the other one go then? There should be two of them. It must... Do they drive off for maintenance? Assigned to mining operations. Available to assign. Assigned to tree harvesting. Wait. It is assigned to tree harvesting. I imagine there's going to be a specific building that will allow us to harvest trees more generally later. And that's what it's referring to. We can assign it to that. Can I change the order of the queue? There we go. What's our coal supply like? Stable. For the time being. Okay, a bunch of iron has been consumed. Is it being delivered over here? Or is it being loaded? And if it's being loaded, how is it being loaded? Actually, no, I suspect we've been consuming it because we've not been getting sufficient enough iron ore. What were you doing over there? This is the only place you have to dig. Where is your... Oh, I see. You're having to go all the way over there to get fuel. Well, we've cleared out a little bit more space here. Can we assign... Mining designation, dumping designation. It's going to try and dump waste there, which is not what we want, but we can edit this area to include that. And that'll allow us to flatten that area out. Okay, Captain's office. Terrain not flat is what the problem is. Okay. That bit's already flat. We are still set to flat. I don't think there's... Can I say this is a higher priority dumping area? Guess not. I could always pause the work here, which would allow that area up there to be used. I assume would then put a priority on this area since it's the only place that those things can then be dumped. And that'll let me flatten out some of the area up here to build stuff on. Like a fuel tank and some loose storages. Enables you to declare edicts that can be significantly affect your island's population and industry. Some edicts can provide you with unity, other edicts can generate monthly unity, but these typically require you to provide something in return. Edicts can be toggled at any time. No, that's going to block that. Let's have it over here like we was planning. Yeah, because they're now getting iron ore, it's needing to come over to here to be sorted first. So we're going to need to move this up to here as well. Okay, synthetic rubber research. Let's pause for a moment. Okay. I think we're going to need to give ourselves a little bit more space here. Right, build and connect rubber maker. It's not even giving us the details anymore, it's just assuming that we can figure this out. So, what is that second item? Guessing we can't make that version of the recipe at the moment. Sulfur. Nope, too far. Okay, there is a place for coal input there. Inputs are there, outputs are there. Is that expecting... Yeah, that's chemical inputs. Okay. Solid inputs, chemical inputs. Do we want to connect it to... No. We want to connect it to this side of the tank. For one very specific reason. The tank is there so that vehicles have fuel. We will be able to prioritize what goes in there later, but for now, that will do. Vehicles may need to go down that side, so let's try it again. It's too high. Waste fluid here. And both of these need coal, so let's put this here so that we can automate the output of it later to feed into both of these. Okay, they are starting to flatten the area, I think. Yep. We could really do with... Let's see if we can find a place to move this over here temporarily. No, we've not got enough flat ground up here. So we're just going to have to wait for them to finish doing that. And our trucks are very busy again. Let's make a couple more. In theory, what we're doing here will reduce the pressure on our trucks, at least. because we'll move a whole bunch of the stuff that's needed over here more locally. So we'll have the sort in here, we'll have a fuel supply here. We could potentially pipe the fuel over, but given the rate of consumption, I think it's probably fine just to have it transported by trucks. That's nice and yellow. Why is this not yellow? It's a different colour. Same as with this one. Although that one doesn't currently have anything in it. Okay. Establish a copper mine and start mining copper. This copper goes into the sea. Why is there a forward on this building? Suppose just to allow it to assign the default area. Okay, wood. Are we still okay on wood? Supply is keeping up with production, although we are getting to the point where there's still plenty of wood around. Is it because storage is full? No, storage isn't full, so let's get another tree harvester out as well. I'm going to move this window over onto this. It expands out from the middle. Can I change that? Can I change how that UI element decides to scale itself? Autosave, controls, video, no. I kind of prefer if it would lock to one of the corners, just because that would then allow me to effectively move this onto this monitor here, and then no matter which one I open, it's always just on the right hand side here, so I can just come to here to grab it. But because it changes scale, my monitor boundary is here, so that's a bit annoying. Never mind. It means I'm going to be constantly moving it around. Population growth. Minus unity. Plenty of food. Food consumption is increased. We can't afford to do that in a minute. And it looks like we need to upgrade our power supply. Actually, can I can't cut that, can I? No, we need to make another one. Identified a power problem right to the point that it became an actual problem. Okay, you don't take power at the minute. Okay, you can refuel over there, that's fine. Build a blast furnace with metal caster and smoke stack and enable recipe for copper ore processing. Build a copper electrolyzer and connect it to a rainwater harvester. Probably going to need more rainwater harvesters than this, then. Not sure. I was planning on building it over here anyway, so that all works. It's going to take a while for this to actually have the rock to be able to, I don't know, now they're just digging out this bit, it's speeding up a little bit. We are at break time though. And we're starting to run low on workers. I would like to expand this out. Did I give myself the space? We can. Health is not great at the moment. Air pollution, landfill pollution. Yeah, we need to find another place for this. Actually, no, because pollution is global. It already told us this. So it doesn't matter that this is here specifically. Have we... no, we still have some waste available. We haven't entirely filled that dumping area. But let's move it away a bit. I suppose we would have to have a flat area at the top. to do what we're trying to do here. So we go flat area of 6 there. Then we ramp up to it. How would we fill in the corner bits? Okay. I don't know if we can dig any of this back out again, but never mind. We can potentially always just use a mining tower to flatten this area if we need to at some point in the future. Okay, you are not working because... Right, we haven't allocated you any trucks. Okay. So we're going to need all of these trees gone as well. Is that really where I clicked? Must have been. We will actually build this right next to it. Even if we are going to move the farm. So no, let's actually put this over here. Because we're probably going to move or rotate these farms around. And have a few of them here. And this one is going to be allocated to dirt, rock, and copper ore. We'll have a local storage. Which we will eventually belt into. That's copper, dirt, rock. Copper. Dirt. Rock. General priority for work assignment, electricity mains. If I tell it to empty, will it still store in here? Okay, no, I think it's fine. What we'll end up doing is, because it'll be belted in, we can then turn off the import. At a later date. Okay. And then that's going to come along here. I don't know how many of these we need, but let's double them up. Well, we can't at the minute because there's a tree in the way. That is, yeah. Okay, build a blast furnace. Oh, copper scrap is a thing. Interesting. Okay, blast furnace with metal casters and smokestack, and enable the recipe for copper ore processing. Okay, copper plates. Currently sent over there, that's fine, I suppose. And then copper electrolysis. Okay. That's everything. I assume we are out of construction materials. We are. Okay, that's fine. I assume we're also out of iron. More or less, yeah. And bricks, surprisingly. Is it just that we're not producing enough bricks? Or that we don't have enough dirt? Maybe a lack of dirt. Because we've been using it a lot for landfill. Or maybe we're actually low on coal now. We are actually out of coal. We need to build another one of these. Okay, well, it's time we took our break, so we will try and fix some of these things. After we've had said break. Pickup has no compatible sorting plant for mixed cargo. Iron ore, rocks. Pickup is struggling to find a destination it can reach. We may as well set these to prioritize building in the order that's actually going to be useful. Okay. New refugees. Oh, it's brought iron scraps with them. So good job I left that recipe in. Anyway, yes, break time. So I'm going to get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. So I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Push button, check thingy. Okay, so we're a little low on wood. And we're low on coal. We could just start mining the coal out from here. That coal is deeper underground. There should be some looking at this. No, most of this is underground. None of it's near the surface. We can start the work on excavating this area though. Which means for the time being we're going to need another one of these. Coal is currently used for multiple things, so let's turn importing off on this. And we will waste management smokestack. Pipe. Can we go directly up from here? Do you really need to put that there? I mean, I think it still works. It just means the belt's going to have to weave around it. Maybe the belt will be happy to go straight away through it. Okay. Stove layers turned on. Rock and iron ore. How do you... Oh, I bet I know what's happened. No, they should still have a route. The problem may be this section here and the fact we're trying to build it up and down. but I can't see a reason why they shouldn't be able to path through here. This section here is the thing that has it, or thing it has a problem with. Can I give a priority to that? Probably not. I probably have to wait until this thing here has enough or sufficient dirt and things. We have materials for enough or more vehicles. Maybe. We do. Alright, yeah, we completed this. Construction 2, new building. Assembly 2. Construction parts 2. Conveyor belts are going to need them. The problem is the lack of iron ore at the minute. Food is on a very slow trajectory downward. That's going to be increasing. Have you just finished harvesting? Pause. Okay, not yet. We're going to need to build another farm soon. That's soil fertility. That's how many's in storage. Is this progress? I shouldn't rip it up in a minute. You know where to put the wood. Shouldn't have turned that off yet. We actually got some iron ore in, didn't we? So that'll fix that. It would be good if I could specify I want you to build or flatten this bit here specifically, but I'd have to, I think, get these, and that'll fix it. That should do it. And then we can sort out the rest of this again in a moment, which I think is just reconnecting that bit there. And speed things up. Everything is basically waiting on these to finish digging. If I tell you to empty, then you will hopefully grab those and take them where it's needed. Okay, so it's just finished a cycle. Leave it running, actually. Wait, how the hell did you manage to get out? Okay, we managed to fix the gap. Hopefully. They found a path. We really need them to fill in this bit here, and then once they have done, then we can reassign this bit over here. There we go. That should give path. Okay, now everything is running again. We should be able to just allow it. Okay, lots of wood. Coal is still the issue. New refugees. Okay, there's a bit more iron. We have both of these running. Yep, okay. We're doing on bricks. We're okay in bricks at the minute, but we probably do want to build a second building. But before we do that, we need the coal. Let's allow things to finish off what we have. And yeah, finish off and construct what we have so that we can then tear up this farm. Reorient it. How do we deliver the cargo over there? Probably have to bring it back home first, I imagine. How much fuel does the ship currently have? How do we find that information out? Fuel reserves. Okay, there it is. And we can see what's in its inventory currently. New refugees. You're full because of this. That's okay. Things are going into motion. You have no trees to cut down. Okay, location explored. Our ship has destroyed an oil rig, discovered an oil rig. New discovery, oil drilling technology. Hurrah! Okay, and it's coming home. I didn't tell it to come home this time, it's just coming home on its own. World structures. When you first discover a world mine, you must repair it before exploiting it. This is done by selecting the structure icon on the map and clicking these star repairs. The shipyard will now have the option to load the supplies necessary to repair the structure. Once loaded, they must be delivered by your main ship to begin the repairs. World structures have a confirmation window. When selected on the world map, you can select the production level that determines the rate of production, but it will also affect how many workers are required there and the unity cost associated with it. You can increase the maximum production level by upgrading the structure. In emergencies, you can load cargo to your ship when it's present. Blueprints researched. Okay. What do these things take? Okay, it's can make an assembly 1, but they are constructed faster than an assembly 2. I imagine assembly 2 uses more power than assembly 1. Okay, yeah, we need to start getting coal from underground. Fueling station. Tired of excavators going back and forth to refuel. Build this station and assign it some trucks. Groundwater pump. This isn't useful at the minute. We have no groundwater nearby. Enables the setup of crop rotation for farms. Can be used to increase farm yields. Enables setup of crop rotation for farms. Can be used to green manure. New kind of farm. But what's manure going to be used for? Vegetables. Okay, and here's where we get our trees from. Now, why is this 3 and this 4? Is the number simply it's probably how long it's going to take to research. Research lab 2. And that's going to take lab equipment. Uses more power. Let's research the refueling station next. Aren't we allowed to have more than one research lab? It's not something we actually tested. We could. Okay. That does require those. Ah, right. Okay. So for the time being, let's drop this here and set this to produce those. We are producing wires, yeah. We'll put this lower down on the priority, let everything else get built and stored first. We still basically out of coal? We are still basically out of coal. Let's increase the priority of the construction of this so that we can get more coal. Let's actually just start with a smaller area. We know we're going to need to dig down to find this stuff. Okay, we do need those. If I wanted to flatten out to here. There we go. I don't think we're in too deep here to need to worry about landslides. Okay. Can we get our ore sorting plants over here now? We can. Not sure which way around these end up being. And then once we have these here, we can reduce the number of trucks that are required for this mining site. Because the trucks will just dump into here. In fact, I'm going to change the research. What happens if I cancel in progress? It does retain. Good. Okay, yeah, so the dumping is about done. What we can do now, if we wanted to, is extend out. No, wrong way round. Down, please. And my other refueling thing here will be the plan. Okay, good. This is getting there. Priority. We get belted into here. And then this will get a higher priority. Because they're inputs into the production line. I might take the coal from here and feed that directly into there. I think I'll keep slag storage here, but oh, you're out of the range? No, you're... What are you doing putting waste in there? You're not supposed to do that. That's explicitly in this thing's range. I suppose it's paused, but you're supposed to be dumping your refuge over here, not into the sea. I'm going to be building buildings on top of there. Houses. That was the plan. Why'd that stop working properly? Why is it deciding to throw refuge into there? Stop. If I turn this back on again, there's no trucks assigned to it. It's within the range of the mine control tower. You shouldn't be dumping there according to the mine control tower's dumping filter. The mine control tower has the option to filter what products can be dumped within its management area. This management area ignores the global dumping filter, which is ideal for restricting what materials can be dumped. For example, you can only allow waste to be dumped in a specific area By removing it from the global dumping filter and adding it to the dumpable products in the mining control tower. Okay. So that's why I got this kind of backwards. What we would need to do instead is put this here and set this specifically to waste. Can I cancel your current order? I'm gonna have to get an excavator to dig up this. Even though waste pollution, I'm fairly sure, is still universal, I would rather not build on top of it. It's not exactly a solid foundation. You know, this is actually going to work reasonably well to be able to get to here for all of this oil. We have gold ore all the way over there and over there. Okay. We have turned this back on. That probably means that, yeah, waste is backing up in here. We don't have the materials to build this, and yeah, the place that I want to put it hasn't been dug out yet. But it looks like the rest of this area is ready. We do have an abundance of wood, but we are going to need this coal. Products to lend. Trade wood for scrap metal. Concrete slabs. Cannot unload, shipyard is full. Have we got access to belts yet? We're researching them, aren't we? What? Stupid thing. I don't know what it did there. Just so that I can directly connect up some of these things. I mean, this entire section here is supposed to be moved somewhere else later. We're building the space for it now. Effectively. We just massively shorten construction parts. And we're short on construction parts because we're short on coal. Food is still steadily decreasing. We need to resist building anything else. For the simple reason that we need to do something with this. Let's queue this. Because that'll increase... Actually, no, add that to the queue. Add crop rotation first. Still got plenty of wood to be chopping down, so not too worried about that, at least for the time being. Ew. Frame rate drops down to 40 when we're doing this. What's eating so much frame rate? Probably LOD. Doesn't appear to be LOD. Doesn't appear to be shadows. That makes no difference either. Oops, thinking about that. Nope, still 40. Something about having to render all of this is probably the trees. It's got to be level of detail, but we just changed level of detail. It didn't do anything. Because level of detail isn't, in theory, isn't texture quality. But no, that's not making any difference. Maybe it's a CPU issue, CPU bound. I would not expect my system to be running this at 70 frames per second. To be fair, 70 is still fine. Okay, good. That's running as well now, so that'll get our coal up, which will increase the speed which we can make metal. Which will have these turned back on properly. We've not got anything throwing warnings at us, so... Flat conveyor belts transports solid products. U-shape transports loose products. So these need U-shapes. Okay, all of that's all correct. Where do we get the next tier of houses out of interest? There's power generation 2, there's housing 2. Advanced homes for 130 people that provides more comfort. Can also provide a monthly unity increase if the housing is provided with required services. Houses can be either attached to an existing settlement, become part of it. I wonder if I can upgrade existing houses. Steam power generation? Steam power generation. Contrary to what the people in GregTech tell you, or GregTech New Horizons will tell you, steam power generation is probably one of the most efficient ways of burning fuel. This is how basically all power generation works. Whether it's nuclear or anything else, you get something real fucking hot. You then transfer that heat into water to create steam of different levels, whether supercritical, etc. And you run that through a turbine. Spin some magnets real fucking quick. There we go. Okay, copper production's on the way. This should still be first priority for getting copper out. Hey, there we go. Copper is finally done. Research construction 2, build an assembly 1 and produce construction 2 parts, which we're already doing. Establish a coal mine and start mining coal. We are trying to get that working. We need to get all of this, or this temporarily done, all of our current temporary buildings done so that we can rip them then down. And then once this is up, we can actually start building the excavators for it. We have the materials for this. Okay, we need to increase or replace these fast. Well, not fast. We still have 200 left, 200 food. Yeah, no, we can wait. Things are not dire yet. So all of that's done. Those should now be being built because they're next on the list. Actually, no, it might try and make one of these first because these are just on default priorities. Oh, that's on 15. This one's on 8. So it will probably make that one first. It's making these first. Still works. Where are our woodcutters? Here they are. More advanced cargo. Settlement power. Provides electricity to the attached sediment. Which generates extra utility. Or unity. Better conveyors. I'm wondering if there's such thing as bridges. Allows the release of gas in the atmosphere. Some gases such as exhaust cause pollution. Transports liquids and gases. Throughput is 3 times increased compared to the previous tier. Terrain leveling. Didn't we already have this? Combines mining and dumping designation into one useful terrain flattening or ramp setup. Terrain is below the designation, trucks will dump there. Okay, that's useful. Legit useful. Stacker. Retaining walls. Prevents terrain from collapsing. Walls can be placed below the surface to prevent terrain's crafting during mining, or placed above to aid with dumping operations. Placement elevation is adjustable, so this is over here. Walls will collapse if they hold more than 5 units of height, or if they're overfilled. Burner. Dispose of solid waste by burning it. So one way of getting rid of some waste matter. I wonder if this generates power. Does not like it. Converts waste pollution into air pollution. Not seeing bridges, which means we shouldn't work on the assumption that we can go over things. We'll have to build a path around this mine. We've not gone down too far yet. I think I have seen this start collapse down slightly, which is okay. Okay, conveyor belts have researched. And that's new stuff. It is beneficial to use conveyor belts and pipes to transfer goods from production buildings to storage and let trucks to balance the inventory between storages. This helps keep trucks' utilizations high since they can always travel with fully loaded. It also gives machines extra inputs and output buffers for uninterrupted operation. For example, blast furnaces can benefit from having iron ore and coal storage silos attached via conveyor belts, which we've already pre-prepped for. A storage unit will not actively request products from trucks by default. Storage unit will not actively request products from trucks by default. To change this, drag the slider. Oh, right, yeah, okay. To the keep full to the right. This makes the storage request store until it gets filled up with the green slider. For storages that you don't want full, such as slag, you can use the empty slider. Note that the green and red sliders have no effect on connected transports. For example, storage set to keep full will continue to output products via connected transports, ignoring any rules to keep storage. Transports, I'm assuming in this case, is belts. You can also set up alerts to notify you when storage becomes either too full. Once machines are connected via transports, the first full production is delivered. The trucks will no longer try to deliver. And you can override it. Okay, so this wants to be U-shaped. And likewise again, this wants to be U-shaped. We'll bring this one all the way up to here, and then bring it around to there. And then in case we want to feed that over there, we can do that. That goes over to there. So it wants to be a flat conveyor straight from there to there. This bit would need entirely refactoring, so I'm not going to worry about it for now. That to there to there. That from there to there. Okay, let's disassemble that. We might end up moving this down to here later. Not sure just yet. Has that been built up here yet? No, we're still waiting on it. Are we still short on construction materials? We are still short on construction materials. Where are they currently being, or currently going? That's fine and expected. Waste is now full. Wait, why are you bringing waste up here? Oh, I see. They can't get around over this. Which is problematic. Let's extend your building area temporarily. And then give you those two trucks. And while we're at it, just so that we can get rid of why is that being weird? Oh, I suppose because we still have all of this assigned. Let's unassign this for a moment. And now we can probably scoop this out. That is a slope. You are not on slope mode. You are on flat mode. Thank you. There we go, this thing's been built now, so all waste will get deposited over here. It should include any waste that picks up from there. We're going to need this temporarily. Did I not assign... Oh, we did. Problem is, yeah, they're going to have to go all the way around. Can I give priority to... If I do that, then I can use that as a reference point. Food continues to slowly tick down. Can we buy food? We can trade for some food if we need to. Where was the... Let me select that. There we go. Yeah, we just need this little bit to connect here. And then that'll temporarily fix everything. While we clean up some of this stuff. Trucks are currently extremely busy because they're having to go the long way around. And I just don't want the buildings to be placed on top of this. There we go. They have figured it out. What do you mean? This can sort it for you. Oh, slag. Not enough maintenance. If we can get the other one running, then we can turn this one off, needing to filter iron ore. I mean, it should be the next thing that's in the build queue. It's 10. And I'm not going to risk these getting any lower. You get a higher priority. Second, this is harvested. We pause you. We allow it to unload, and then we're going to just deconstruct it. Pause and build 3 farms. Tree harvesters have no trees to harvest. Can you pick up from here as a priority, please? We can't have this turned off for any significant length of time. Come on. Can I change priorities? Why does it not count as a job? Is it because it's paused? Oh wait, if I deconstruct it, it's going to empty the inventory anyway. Ah, damn it, we placed that too close. There we go. I'm happy with that placement because now we can get a road around the back of here. Although we're not going to be able to get water in the top of here, so no, we can't do it that way just yet. This can get moved later. Why did you not grab all three? There we go. Prioritize 1. Prioritize 2. Priority 3. What was the other thing that's... We had told it to build and given it a reasonably high priority. I cannot remember. We increased the priority on something we was trying to build. Did they build it already? Is that why? Okay, now that this has got the bit that we needed done, we can tell it to flatten this bit out again. Okay, crop rotation, farm fertility. Food supply is low. I know, I'm trying to work on it. Crop yield is based on soil fertility. If a farm has 50% soil fertility, will only have 50% yield of products. Crops consume fertility as they grow, but fertility is also naturally replenished over time. An empty farm would eventually reach 100% fertility. Note that soil fertility does not affect crop, water consumption, or growth duration. This means that crops growing on more fertile soil will not only yield more, but will also be more water efficient. Greater yields for the same amount of water. Over time, crop fertility consumption and natural replenishment will stabilize at values called fertility equilibrium. This value represents an estimate of the average soil fertility based on the current growth schedule. The equilibrium exists between the crop fertility consumption crop rotation. Growing the same crop more than once in a row will impose a 50% penalty on fertility. This can be avoided by planting different crops in a crop rotation schedule. You can plant green manure, which does not yield any useful products, but helps regenerate soil fertility, and eliminates same crop fertility penalty when planted between other crops. You can also leave the field empty, no crops planted. This gives soil time to regenerate fertility naturally, but won't eliminate the same crop fertility penalty on its own. Fertilizer. Farmers' biggest dreams are fertilizers. They can increase the soil fertility beyond the natural equilibrium value, even beyond 100%. To make fertilizers work, you need to connect a pipe with fertilizer produced product to the farm, 1, and drag fertilize target slider to the desired level. The farm will automatically fertilize the soil to the selected level. Note that each fertilizer type has its own maximum fertilization target, which is displayed in the fertilizers overview UI. Note the higher your soil fertility target, the lower the natural replenishment is. And once fertility climbs above 100%, the natural replenishment will turn negative, which will require even more fertilizer to sustain. Fertilizer equilibrium 83. To start with, we're just going to need that because we need this built so that we can actually get food. Our food is dropping rapidly. Okay, finally, things are starting to produce. There we go. Yeah, no, they're not working over there, that's fine. Okay, we should have enough components to get that building now. Why is it construction goods? Why do you need construction goods? Well, thankfully the rain came. When is food going to run out though? Okay, we don't have bricks. That we can solve. Okay, maintenance is also now recovering. We almost had 30. Why? Okay, if it doesn't rain, then we are going to be in serious trouble. This one might be okay, this one's probably not. We have 8 potatoes left. 7 potatoes left. 6. 5. 4. And there's no rain, so we're not getting any food. This lot's drying out. We are out of potatoes. Fresh supply. Okay, potatoes in trucks don't count, apparently. And why has construction stopped again? Bricks. More bricks. More bricks due to a lack of coal. These still being stuck here doesn't help. We have the wood, we're producing coal, we're just not producing it fast enough. Oh no, that's full. Let's disable these. We have plenty of fuel. Or do we? We may not actually have plenty of fuel. We may be in... or maybe have problems in all different directions. We're still out of potatoes though, and there's no rain. How long till people start dying? Because both of these need to go through one of these cycles. Low diesel. We don't have the coal to keep up with production. We could buy some emergency food. Being able to irrigate the farms is going to help, but we'd still need to connect them up. 12 pops died of starvation. Is it more important to get this up and running or just to buy the food? How much food can we buy? Just 20. That's going to last us basically no time at all. 16 pups have died of starvation. I cannot make it rain, and irrigated farms is taking too long. We need to turn some stuff off. Just to free up the workers. Even that's not going to be enough. These are getting the materials, they're just not getting enough. Finally, rain again. And they're both growing potatoes. This will help. What else can I turn off? Do these need population? No, they just take power. God damn it, why did you take... Of all the things for you to take population from... Okay, we have food. They need to deliver it, though. We left it too long to build these. Specifically, we left it too long to get the coal mines running. Okay. Temporarily fixed. Why is there 4 of them? Pickups of no compatible mixing plant. Do we have any spare bricks? We have some spare bricks. Let's turn off everything else for now. Allow our food and our population to start collecting back up again. That was dangerously close to wiping us out. Six people work at those. Now we can't really turn anything back on short term. Can we turn these off? Okay, irrigation has now completed. And that being the case, we don't need this on at the minute. And we can start figuring out how to do this. Pipes. Okay, if it's going to do it that way, then... Alright, that's just where the connection is gonna go. Ah, bollocks, it's gonna take that. If it's gonna take that, then cancel all of these. We'll have to make do with what we have. Can't you refugees bring in some construction materials or coal? Okay. Construction priority number 1. Let's get this lot sorted so that we can stop wasting so much time with the transport. And then we can change this over so that it's gonna... also that we can pull the slag out of here. Okay, pausing that has paused you two. We may as well get this running. It's fine at the minute. You're worrying actually over nothing. It was low because of a lack of coal. We have loads of copper. We need to get it out of here. What the hell is devil's copper ore doing in here? Not having any trees set to cut is also going to cause us a problem, so let's actually get all of that lot down. No refugees. Okay, let's re-enable that. That did exactly what I wanted to. Good. What I would like to do... skip you forward. Skip you forward. That's what I want. That's why we set up 3 farms. The hope would be that for the 3 months it's lying fallow, which at the minute we have no rain, it can water or wet the soil. We may need to tweak it again later. Okay. That pod is once again full. Still got loads of rubber. Yep, let's not worry about that. They're almost done, so we can almost tell this to re-flatten back out again. We're once again out of bricks, probably because we are out of coal. This is a dire situation. It's looking much better now. Oh, apparently we have a lot of coal. So you are waiting on dirt. It needs access to coal and dirt, doesn't it? We're going to need to move that. Let's build up a supply of everything we need. That's on its way. New refugees. Let's pause this while we get things re-established. Have you... You've got that low enough, I think. The only thing we really wanted to do was cover up the rubbish that you was putting in there. That was the main goal. Let's not dump dirt there. Trucks will be allowed to deliver cargo here if possible. Trucks will not be allowed to pick up cargo here. No, we actually do want to set that up, but we want to set that up with a brick thing. So again, let's finish the construction we have. And at the minute we need more bricks. Okay, you're loading up with dirt. If you... Well, you can't immediately dump the dirt because we've turned it off, or turned off your ability to dump the dirt here. At best, you're going to put it in storage. But no one's really delivering any significant amount into here. Was there anywhere else we changed priorities in order to try and fix the current situation? Okay, let's got brick production underway again, just for digging this area out here. Ah, they require 80, that's why it's taking so long. This island needs to be closer to Britain so it rains more. Not enough water. Pickup has no compatible sorting plants. Yeah, because it's turned off. That's fine. All's well. We don't need the copper. We're trying to burn through the copper. We're trying to get rid of the copper that's in here. Okay. Let's reduce this, turn this back on. We don't need this on at the minute because we don't need to produce any more vehicles currently. That's fully loaded and running, so we can reactivate this one. Okay, we now need... Good, it's online. Reactivate that. Unpause them. Oh, pause. These are backwards. This one's going to be dirt. Stone. Why do I think, or why is my brain thinking green is output, red is input? What colors was Satisfactory using? That is probably where any confusion I have is coming from. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's fine. This all still works. Or will work. That being the case, we don't need all 4 trucks here. In fact, we probably only need the 1. Okay, you don't have anywhere to put wood, that's fine. I am happy to have a surplus supply of wood. Why do you... Oh, well, you know, you've come over here to collect fuel. We did just make vehicles not use as much fuel, though. Look at the mess the vehicles are making. Still got a brick supply problem due to a lack of dirt. That'll get fixed when this gets built. Okay, let's, while we're waiting for all of that stuff to go, let's figure out, remove debris. Alright, it's B, planning mode. What counts as debris? Ah, this counts as debris. Cost unity. Right. Planning mode is on. Blast furnace. At the minute we don't have a or something that can be used for merging, do we? One, two, three, four, five. We can go over the top of things, that's fine. These would all be U-shaped conveyors. This would be coal. We can't plan this out without the next set of transport balancing. Flat balancer, U-shaped balancer, pipe balancer, split and merge. Okay, so this works as both. Add that to the queue. So yeah, we can't do this the way I want it to with this. At least not in a minute, so let's just get rid of it. Okay, vegetable farming's done. Yeah, there's no need to be using this one. This is less or doesn't take as long. But this also doesn't use any water. That's 82. If I do it that way round, 75. Yeah, no, we'll do it this way. That didn't work this time round. But the two empties at the minute will give it opportunity to rain. Since we can't currently make irrigated farms. Okay, so these will output 8 a second. Or not 8 a second, 8 every 20 seconds. Metal casters, so it is 2 for every 1. Now here's a question. That is allowed. That being the case, that's what I wanted. Although I'm not entirely sure that inputs. So for the sake of being absolutely sure that this is fine. Nope, that all connects, good. And then these can go into... We'll put them in individual unit storages. Increase our available storage for them. I'm sure we could use a splitter, but why? How's... You're not done. These are done and being loaded. How's our fuel? Our trucks are still extremely busy. Why? Okay, we do actually need two up here. Why are you going the long way round? I thought we repaired this. Maybe we didn't repair it as well as we thought we repaired it. Or maybe once again it is prioritizing somewhere else. Either way, we're going to break through this in a bit. Did we actually allocate the entire... Yeah, that should get all of the waste that was put here. I think the problem we have at the minute is distances travelled. Or distance required to be travelled. Okay, so these are going to be holding iron, got copper production down here, so we'll need to bring that up to wherever it ends up being. Plenty of dirt around for us to collect if we need for bricks. I wonder if there's going to be a better way to make bricks in the future other than dirt. Does anything... Yeah. Bricks are our current limiting factor. That can be turned back on. That's full, so that can stay off for now. Yeah, it's mostly transportation of rocks. Okay, good. They've broken through here. That makes things a little bit simpler. I mean, if we need dirt, we could just make a dirt quarry. There we go. Dirt quarry. Let's reduce the number there. How's our iron stores? That's okay. We have a small amount. Mostly because nobody's currently dumping the dirt, dumping the earth over here. Yep, rock can come over here. The only thing we've said that can't go over there is dirt at the minute because we need dirt elsewhere. Okay. Once these are finished digging these, then we can disassemble this, move it over here. We're still in planning mode, so that works. Yeah, let's build it this way round. And then this is going to need storage for, we can configure it, but it doesn't actually show us the outputs. Coal, rock, and dirt. Oh, it is going to show us the outputs. I was under the impression it would not. These things should... I have the impression they should turn themselves off. Actually, no, they can only turn themselves off when they actually have belts connected to them, and at the minute we don't have production for belts. So we best leave them on. Okay. Trucks are extremely busy, let's make some more. But no one is moving the fuel from over there to over here. Okay, we have the workers. Let's turn this back on. Let's duplicate this. We're still in planning mode. That works. Okay, we should redo the pipes because these have to go up on a slope. Although they don't have to go up by 2. We'll have transport belt balancing in a moment. It's easier to raise the pipes than it is to raise the things, so we'll work on that principle. We'll redo the pipes. Actually, no, we'll just do it with the belts. We'll see if we can do it with the belts. Okay, this bit's easy. You connect straight into there. Is that up one? That is up one. You connect into there. Oops, that's one too high. Is that only one off the ground? That is only one off the ground. I thought that'd be two off the ground. That's why it's a little weird. Okay, I can still see a reasonably easy way to solve this. Can you connect into the top? Well, if you can't, then that's fine. This works as well. And that connects in there. This comes to here. So then we bring it up one. So that mirrors that. And then when we need it, we'll just... that will go over and over and over and over. Did we get our research? We got our research, good. Okay, pause. Things have happened. What's happened? Okay. Research construction 2, build and assembly 1 and construction parts, which you've now started. Set up conveyor belts, research conveyor belts, connect several machines using conveyor belts. Which ones have already been done? Excellent. Improve slag export. Build loose storage and connect it to the existing blast furnace using U-shaped conveyors. Assign the loose storage to slag and then drag the right red slider to the left to export/dump. This is not what we have done. We haven't done that anywhere. It says we have, though. But if that's what it wants, we will do it. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask us to do. And that being the case, we don't need this here anymore. And we could reasonably do the same thing over here. Yeah, we want it on the other side of this pipe, so we will put it here. I keep pressing the number keys because I want to grab these off of using the number keys. Okay, can we... Oh, did we not have vegetables yet? Or have they just already been eaten? No, we have vegetables. I was wondering if I could just in food, but the only thing on here is potatoes. Are these not food? No, they count as food. They should be being sent over to the settlement. How many of these do we have? We should let the existing things build. Good. Full of rock. Okay, these can now all be turned off. Likewise, these can be turned off. And we do actually want all of this to build now. Then we'll come over to here. U-shaped conveyor. Flat balancer, U-shaped balancer. Oh, I see. That's how you work. Can I sit you collision with pipe? We can. Okay. So if I just delete that, that one I probably didn't need to delete, but we've done it now anyway. Okay, we're actually okay on fuel at the minute, which reminds me, have you dug out this bit here yet? No. You're waiting for stone to be picked up and thrown away, which we currently don't have the dump zone for. There we go. You have no more trees to cut down. We are probably going to need to start working towards getting forestry. Okay, we're establishing a coal mine as it is. Research fuel station. We do want to build one of those. We want to build a couple of them. Copper supply. Still got 500 of it. Oh. Irrigation goes in over here. Yep, that works, I suppose. We actually don't need a vehicle to get underneath this. We just need to be able to also put in the fertilizer at a later date. Are we going to be able to reach that? It's 4 in. Ah, you swine. We're 1 short. We have run out of wood though. That's okay. We are now starting to dig our way down towards the coal. We're out of workers though, so let's get some more. Research settlement water. We don't actually currently have anything researching at the minute. Settlement water. Groundwater pump. Provides fresh water to attached settlement and returns wastewater that needs to be disposed of. Providing fresh water to a settlement generates extra unity and reduces health risks. Okay, this is almost got there anyway. Still planning on putting the fuel station here. It's going to take a while till we get down to the coal. Pile of waste is getting a bit bigger than I would like, but never mind, it's going to be a while before it's going to be too much of a problem. Okay, so these are 2 size. Farm could not store vegetables after harvesting. That's because nobody's moving the vegetables over to the shop. Why is nobody picking up the vegetables? I do not understand. Why you no bring vegetables to the food market? Pause for a second. Housing and services. Oh, because they can only sell 1 of each type. Duly noted. If I had known that sooner, I would have built that sooner. You have maximum priority. And I heard a whole bunch of things. Pick up, nope. All sorting plant block due to full outputs. We are aware of that. Transport balancing, we already have that. Not enough workers, we know. That fixes that. Okay, so we're going to need to pull these back a bit further. The coal can just go straight in, more or less. These two want to be merged. Well, I wonder if this is smart enough just to... Actually, yeah, no, I don't think... We probably don't need to do that much. It is probably smart enough that even if it has 2 inputs, it will just figure stuff out. That's unnecessary. Okay, I see why it's having an issue with that. We have new refugees. There we go. Got a lot of digging to do before it gets down to the coal. We'll give it a helping hand in a bit. Stop giving me copper. We don't need copper. We have way too much copper. Okay, all of this is good. That's connected into there. We are out of construction materials again. Because, no, we have bricks. We have coal. Oh. Still on pause mode. Or, planning mode. Okay, that'll suit that. Why are we not getting rid of the stone quick enough? Ah, right, yes, because really that wants to be that. I want to be keeping this stuff up here. We want to be sending it down. Technically, same goes with these ones. Send them over to where they need to be. Okay, we are going to need more of those. I kind of figured we probably would do. Are they that expensive to make? Yeah, they're not too bad. Problem is, we don't have a clean water source here. This one over here is the nearest and easiest one to get to for underground water. Now, why are you not producing? Out of metal? Oh, you're out of metal because the iron isn't being delivered, and the iron isn't being delivered because nobody's taken the stone away. There we go. Take the stone away and dump it. This is what this area is for. I get you to go... Actually, it would be digging if we wanted to go down. So what we probably want to do is... designate flattening here. Digging down there. Long-term construction project. I mean, the sides are going to fall down. There's not much I can do about that. But eventually... I worry if trying to dig away at this bit here is going to cause the entire thing to slide out. Let's change this. Let's actually have this just be straight. So we're going to have to figure out where we need to be to go up here. Okay, we can back a bit. Oh no, we wanted to be forward a bit. Close. That'll do it. In absence of seeing an ability to create a bridge of any sort, this is the only way I can think of getting over here. Okay, 24 is actually where most of this is. Yeah, most of this is level 24. So I think we just come in here like that, and then we can always just flatten the rest of this. Dig it out. What I might also do is expand this out slightly and dig a hole through here so that these can then start dumping all of that over here. Okay, we still not getting the iron. Yeah, because you're still trying to get rid of that. This doesn't get dumped, so we don't need this to be full. That can just be emptied. Store of dirt is good because that will allow us to provide for this thing. And I don't see why we need to keep either of those around at the minute. Oh, and we are out of trees again. Still running off just the one of these. We probably should build a second one. Although that said, we are currently on a unity deficit. Because the beacon's still running. We don't need it running. Groundwater pump. Not useful. Until we can get up here. And then we'd have to transport the water down some from up there. We'll probably end up having to build a settlement up here, I think, is probably the way to do that. Actually, is there a reason to have settlements scattered all over the place? I'm not sure if there is. Okay, our iron production's going again. Right, pause. We're going to leave it there for today. It is the end of the stream. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday. We're going to keep playing this because obviously we barely even scratched the surface. This is the tech tree in its entirety. And we are here. So yeah, we'll be back again on Thursday. We'll keep going. This may just be our next long-term playthrough. I wanted something slightly more chill than... well, slightly more chill and something that doesn't necessarily require as much thought as some other games that I tend to play. Because a lot of the other games that... a lot of the other games that I'm looking at are either potentially slightly more stressful because they're combat games, effectively, so they require more attention, or they're factory builders, which requires a lot more thought and planning. This is a lot more laid back, which is good. So yeah, we'll pick this up again on Thursday, so thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.